Hello, could we take our seats and start? Okay. I hope we've had a good lunch and a fruitful morning session. I want to say you're most welcome to this first leg of the workshops. And I'm advised we're already 30 minutes late. Oh, okay. 20 minutes late. So we shall try to see our best to squeeze in. I'm John Mark Mwanika. I will facilitate our conversation. And we have a team from the Secretariat who will support us to do the necessary admin back office stuff like taking notes and any other support. So, for the next few minutes, we want to have a conversation around understanding barriers and challenges on addressing sustainable development and socioeconomic impact. As the ritual is, you indicate that you are intending to speak, then I'll pick you up, then you can mention your name and maybe the department or organization you're coming from, and we do the submission. Thank you. Yes. That's not supposed to be the question. That is not the question. The question is addressing or understanding barriers and challenges around sustainable development and social economic impacts. Okay? You can, yes, yes. If you look at the workshops, you look at, okay, sorry about that, but do I have somebody kicking us off? Grenada. Thank you. Oh, do we have another mic somewhere there? Okay. Yes. There. Just next thing.
Thank you, facilitator. Well, I could break the ice on this. First of all, let me say that I appreciate the framework that you're providing this morning, the four areas of the barriers and the four areas of the challenges. I thought they were high level and are quite appropriate. Um, I think they have captured the major areas in terms of policy and regulation, in terms of the technology um, limitations, finance, and of course, education and public awareness. These are all critical for us as we go. And I believe that they are all applicable across the globe. Um, Small island developing states will have particular challenges and unique issues, but I believe that the framework that you provided is quite okay, because we believe that the solutions that we take must have a sustainable development approach. It must look at all of the 17 sustainable development goals in a holistic and comprehensive manner, because climate solutions may not necessarily be consistent with other aspects of the sustainability. And we do have principles with like the precautionary principles and so on that takes care of some of those issues. So we have to be mindful that what we do in one must not adversely affect what happens in the other in terms of the sustainable development aspect. So I thought that the framework I wanted to say, the framework that you provided was quite appropriate for us. Thank you.
Thank you, brother. I know you. Thank you for appreciating that framework. Well, I really had to think, and see which can, because you can have a list as long as. But you raise the issue of particular uniqueness of small islands, and we know it's a big thing, even in the negotiations. And we know adaptation is sometimes the thing that speaks to the small islands. But here we're talking about issues around long-term mitigation. And is there anything you can speak, even if I mention the other one to be universal and high level, is there anything specific that you would want to speak to that speaks to and is alive to small islands as barriers and challenges? Because if we don't also start being proactive and being visionary to support the mitigation efforts within small islands, then we shall have another debate and problem.
Yeah, well, I thank you for this. I think that we could go down to the different level. Of course, we do look at mitigation and adaptation as the same coin, or the different sides of the same coin. So we believe that while we seek to mitigate even the small amounts of GHG that we put in the atmosphere, we have to vigorously adapt to maintain and to cope with what we have at the moment. So this is the angle in which we're taking it. So there are a lot of issues. We are in an evidence-based situation. And for small island developing states, you will find that evidence may not be available, widely available in terms of data. The institutional frameworks may not be as strong and capacitated to provide the evidence base and to provide the human resource that might be required. We do have challenges on the fiscal side, of course, in terms of heavy debt to GDP ratios and those kinds of issues that and then we are actually in the zone where it's quite vulnerable in terms of natural disasters, hurricanes and storms. We do have at this point in time for the year about 18 named storms in the Caribbean region already. And then when we have those impacts, it accounts to a significant parts of the gross domestic product. For instance, in Dominica and Grenada, you could have within the space of 1 hour destruction of over 200% of the annual gross domestic product. We always look at it in terms of a storm which comes to the Caribbean and to a particular country, and one which goes on to the US, for instance. The people in the US continues to behave the same way while the storm is approaching, but we can't. We have to make a different adjustment. Super Bowl is still going on while the storm is raging in the US. But we can't do anything when a storm is approaching small island states like Grenada and so on. So it's a different scale, it's a different issue, it's a unique vulnerability, and at the same time, the ability to address and to cope is quite limited as a result of fiscal imbalances and debt and so on. So we have a completely different paradigm to look at the full framework that you have provided. Thank you.
Thank you very much. But I think you made a very valid point when you say adaptation and mitigation are coins of the same value. Because if we do it well, adaptation actually enhances our ability to fast track an ambitious mitigation plan. Thank you very much. Another? Yes, India. Is that mic on?
Yeah, thank you very much. And I'd just like to add on to what my colleague from Grenada said, And a little clarification as well, that we say mitigation and adaptation are parts of the same coins. They are not. You see, mitigation is a longer term framework that we are aiming at, whereas adaptation for countries like India, if you say, and of course more so for the small island nations, um, adverse weather events are becoming a challenge, and they're happening on a frequent basis. So adaptation efforts need to be scaled up as well. So I would say, and I would like to quote what one famous economist Keynes has said: "In the long run, we are all in the long run we are all dead." So adaptation requires as much focus.
Okay, thank you. I didn't want us to get into the adaptation mitigation debate right now. Let's and but I appreciate and note your underlying the fact that adaptation is speaking to the real challenges that need to be addressed in those kind of circumstances. Yes, my brother, that is Switzerland?
New Zealand.
New Zealand, yes.
Hey, thank
Sorry
you.
about that.
No worries. Hey, thank you for giving me the floor. I'm a climate change person, and I always come at these things from a mitigation adaptation. My policy response is different depending on which of those I'm trying to deal with. But then when I talk to my transport people or my businesses and things like that, and we're trying to say to them at the same time, we need to change our transport system to be lower emissions, and we need to change it to be resilient. All they hear is that we need to change it. It sort of doesn't matter to them what the reason is, and that for them plays into this part and this thinking of it, and that if we can do it together, if we can seek these benefits, that we invest once and get a good outcome on both of those things, then that's really useful for them. It saves money, it saves work. And so that sort of integrated vision is really helpful at times there, as well as being able to consider in both of those domains what the co-benefits are in the other one, and into other things like whether it's air pollution and health, things like that as well, which aren't traditionally climate benefits, but help our people out. So thank you.
Thank you. I think you raise a very valid point of the opportunities available out there. Any other? Kid? Ugandan. You know, I'm from Uganda, and charity begins at home.
Maybe I thought I could support the Ugandan facilitator. Okay, thank you very much. Just to add on what colleagues here have highlighted, I think one of the challenges or barriers to, adopting the or challenges around the transition, the energy transition. One of the areas that I could highlight is to do with the economic impacts. Some of the countries, for example, Uganda, Kenya, and others, have just discovered, oil and gas, and this has, government, for example, has to have a deep thought about this whole transition, because you're going to exploit your oil and gas, for example, and so what happens to it? So you look at how it's going to affect the economy of the country in the long run, while you transition to maybe, electric cars, electric motorcycles, for example, in Uganda. And maybe it's important that we, as a mitigation working group, for example, could identify those key areas that governments can adopt, to make improve the efficiency, for example, as we move along in that sustainable development path. even if we are getting our oil and gas, you know. So that could be one of the hindering factors, but also one of them is to do with the consumer behavior. Most of the users, for example, still prefer to use the the traditional internal combustion engines as opposed to using the electric cars, for example. Because someone will say, look, I don't need to charge. I'm going for a long distance and I don't need to charge it on the way. Or I don't need to, change the battery on the way. I need to make my complete travel, which can sometimes take you the whole day or even more than a day. And so those are some of the things that I see as challenges hindering this transition. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. You raised that very valid point around consumer behavior. But you did talk about exploring areas of improvement. If I still have you on and ask, what area can you identify that we may coalesce around to push for improvement?
I think in terms of improvement, we could look at, maybe the longevity of the batteries, for example, so that somebody can be able to make a long journey without really having a stopover to make any changes. But also, as a country, the infrastructure for charging is still, it's not something that has been planned for. And so that could also be a challenge. I mean, you stop somewhere and you charge from where. So there is that challenge that if could also be improved, perhaps the thought of adopting this transition could be attained. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll come to you. There was Chinese, French, Israeli farm called Zombo in Kampala that was doing manufacturing. Before COVID, they were manufacturing at a very good rate electric bikes, two-wheelers. There we call them boda-bodas. Unfortunately, one time some of the boda-bodas rode in rain and the things just died. So well, that was one of the area I thought you were going to speak to, but that's okay. Can I call on Belis? You had your flag up, please, sir.
Yes. So good afternoon, everyone. So good discussion so far. I'll just take a different slant based on the idea that I have at the moment. So a major barrier seems to be funding. Funding is always a barrier, no matter where we go and what we do. And I'm thinking of the opportunity presented to us through mechanisms to fund sustainable development initiatives, low carbon initiatives in our countries. We had the CDM. We're going to have new mechanisms soon, whether we want to call it the Sustainable Development Mechanism or not. And I could remember we had many barriers with the CDM. High costs, complicated procedures, especially for difficulties in achieving additionality and all of that. And those were barriers, and I can't tell you of any SID, within the Caribbean region. I can't tell you of any SID that played a meaningful part in that mechanism. It's important because we look to these mechanisms for money to reinvest. And as such, as we go forward, in whatever mechanisms that we develop under the UN framework to ensure that costs and procedures and all of those things make it easier for SIDS to play a meaningful part in it, right? I could tell you for Belize, and many other countries, we're going full force into RED Plus because of that same reason we can earn to reinvest back. And as such, I think that could bridge the cost barrier for many of our countries, only if we can have meaningful participation in these mechanisms. So that's just something I want to bring up. Thanks.
Thank you, brother. Do we have somebody from Rwanda? Not in this room. Ah, okay. I wanted somebody from Rwanda to speak to what they're doing in Kigali around transport, improving the transport without public transport, without external funding, through the cooperative approach. I know in Asia, somewhere there is look towards getting the rickshaws, the what else, into cooperatives for financing alternatives. Yes, sister over there. That is Central. Yeah.
Thank you. Ben is from St. Lucia. Just wanted to bring in the point on economic impact as it relates to just transition to electric vehicles. For small island developing states like St. Lucia, we've built our economies around taxes related to fossil fuels. So fossil fuel is heavily taxed to be able to provide funding to the governments to be able to drive your economic situations in the countries. Now we're basically asking countries to transition to electric vehicles, but you're unable to add any tasks to those electric vehicles. In addition, what society is looking for is a reduction in taxes, a reduction in costs of those vehicles to be able to afford those vehicles into your society. So the main barrier and challenges that you would face is how do you continue to develop your countries around a system that you've built before based on the taxes that you've gained from fossil fuels, and now to transition into electric vehicles and that aspect of the transport system. So that's a challenge for us.
Thank you very much. Do we have anybody in energy department of any country, how they're managing around the issue of taxing? Because I know it even here in Uganda. The government will know. It's a no-go area around the money they are minting around the fossil fuels right now. I think every liter they're charging either sister from Uganda, you'll correct me, either 100 or 50 shillings. So for you to tell them not to is another war. So Norway wants to, then I'll come to you. Let me get Norway to speak to this.
Yes, hello, thank you. Norway faces the same situations where we do have taxes on fossil fuels, on the CO2 taxes, which are supposed to internalize the costs of the external costs of emissions. And of course, we see as emissions go down, the revenues will eventually go down. So far, they're going up because we're increasing the level of CO2 tax. And we get more income in the transitional period. Of course, that income will disappear. And we do the same with electric, or for vehicles. We have taxes on the fossil fuel vehicles, which we see to a large degree. Those have already disappeared, and that tax base is being reduced because of the high share of electric vehicles. Now, in our view, many of these vehicles have external costs to society. There are traffic accidents, there are roads that need to be built, there's other types of pollution than climate gases. And we are working on taxing the electric vehicles more heavily in different ways, both in purchasing and use, to ensure that we have income and to ensure that these socioeconomic costs are paid for by the polluter. Thank you.
Okay, I think Noah, you make a great point of taking tough decisions, painful, tough decisions for the greater long-term good. I think that is a choice that we have to make. And it is a choice that may not be that easy to arrive at, especially with the politics of nowadays. But I think it is what we need to work on. And maybe it is where we need to concentrate so much on the core benefits, the payoffs, and then try to improve on that. Can I get Botswana?
Thank you, sir. My name is Maras from Botswana. I think the call for transition is well accepted. Everybody wants to do it. And what we want to say is because of the different socioeconomic levels that we are at, maybe everybody was going to do them, ensuring that it doesn't disturb the whole fiber of the society. I'm saying this because, yes, we have lots and lots and lots of coal that we can't do anything. We can use it for the next 200 years, it will always be there. But we are aware that there's need for us to change with the rest of the world. Therefore, yes, we want to put in place the shift to electric vehicles. But I think what I want to put forward is that the internal combustion engine has got is really like embedded in the society. It's going to be very difficult to actually take it off. You go to the remotest corner of the country, you'll find that you'll see an artisan who can actually assist you if it breaks down. Therefore, these are the kind of structures that is needed for the electric vehicle. We look at issues of we have done a lot in terms of researching on biodiesel, mixing up the ratios with the diesel, so that at least we can show that you can have a cheaper fuel on that. But we have him. He's got his car, which he knows, and he is really suspicious of the shift. Again, there are no incentives to actually. You must give people reason to change. Give them a little bit of incentive, do something, so that at least they will be willing to change. Now, you'll find that in most countries who are talking about the adoption of the electric vehicle is where these are bought by municipalities in large numbers. I really loved the idea of India. They have huge 20,000 vehicles being bought, but where we come from, you find that the transport network is actually owned by individuals. That becomes almost impossible to actually even subsidize, because now you'll be subsidizing individuals. It becomes, how you do it, it becomes very, very difficult. Again, it's we're in a new field. We don't have standards in place, which actually should dictate that, yes, I'm putting stamp of approval, this is what I can vouch for you that this will work. So people are really saying, yes, they will approach cautiously, but the government is actually pushing ahead and ensuring that, it gives people the reason to change, and that we continue to. Thank you so much.
So, my brother Botswana, I think so bad that we're not making any step. Is that what you're trying to tell us? I think so difficult that we can't try to make a step. I was going to get your neighbor you referred to just answer to that. Can you get the mic? Can you get the mic?
Yes, thank you for the opportunity. I think what maybe I would say resonates with what my colleagues from Grenada have already said before. One of the things, policy is driven by data. It gives you a reason. My director here is talking about a reason to change, a reason to do something. Like he's saying, these ICEs are entrenched in our society, and you find that sometimes we don't have enough data in terms of socioeconomic benefits that we have, for example, from having imported these used cars from abroad. Because when we grew up, it was a privilege of the few to own a new car. And then when these developed countries, we import these cars, all of a sudden there is business opportunities for people to do different things in our economies. Now, if you want to shift to e-mobility, you have to have data, balance out things to know if I'm shifting, what am I losing socioeconomically? What am I gaining by shifting? So data plays a very important role, and I see a gap there. And also tools that could help us close this data, modeling tools for us to do all of these analysis, so that when we make positions, yesterday we mentioned something like, it's not a one-size-fits-all for everyone. So we have to have tools to capacitate us to know in our special circumstances what is fit for purpose, what is appropriate for us. So I think for me, that will inform policy positions where we are and where we need to go. But like he's saying, we have started around policy issues. We're still at infant stages, but yes, there's a will, and where there's a will,
yeah, there's always a way. And I think at least now, when if you are sitting next to our director, I think you've opened up a bit and given us big barrier around knowledge driven by data. I think that's the barrier. But there is an opportunity you brought about of developing tools for modeling as an opportunity. And we know out there could be these tools. Maybe how do we tap into these tools? Jordan?
Well, thank you, sir. I don't want to repeat what's been said by my colleagues. Well, Jordan is a country who imports most of our fuel. So it is not produced from the country, but at the same time, we are getting, the government gets taxation for that fuel. So it's some kind of a revenue. When you think about it, from the environmental perspective, you can say it, when you have the transition to e-mobility, you will have a reduction of the imported ones. But the matter is that the consumption is not, mostly goes to the sedan or to the transportation people vehicles as much as it goes for industry and for other for energy generation and electricity generation and other issues. Sorry, but the matter that we are facing in Jordan, and how to expand the infrastructure for charging stations, how to move it and also inject that within the public transportation. We're talking about e-buses and things like that. How to do and make the street furniture for the public transportation itself within urbanization design. And we are talking also about the matter of just transition for those who are working for in the car maintenance field, so that we are not catching their jobs and putting it somewhere else. And in that wise, we are trying to do some capacity building with trade unions. Well, that's the situation. But I've liked what been said about the government revenue. It has to be analyzed well. It has to be economically well studied, so that you can see what is the consequences of other issues. There's a part of Paris Agreement which always sees the reflection of a policy into other policies. That's what we need to do it, and the comprehensive one for it, in order to see where are we, what are we losing, and what are we gaining. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You talked of my lovely one of just transition for workers. I'm told we have 5 minutes, and yet I have EU, Norway, Grenada, and India.
Thank you so much, and thanks for all the comments. There were a lot of things that we wanted to comment on, so I'll try to be brief. Thing about barriers and challenges, I think the challenge that we all face is how do we transform our transport systems in a way that it considers sustainable development, socioeconomic impacts. But saying this means that we should remain solution-focused, because we do know that while there are these barriers and challenges that we are all facing, that we all share, the benefits and the socioeconomic benefits of succeeding in this transition are great. They can be socioeconomic benefits in terms of lower costs, in terms of better health, in terms of reduced pollution, in terms of better safety within communities, because you have more people walking, biking, taking the public transport, more funding and resources and thinking also invested into this. So there are a lot of benefits coming from this, and one of the major issues from our perspective is that all of this needs strategic planning. All of this needs some planning that is in place, because, and John, you mentioned that in the morning, you were saying that the key issue is political will. And of course, that is a key issue, but one way to separate the cycle of political elections from a policy cycle is to implement strategies, is to have a strategy, for instance, through a long-term strategy, then through an NDC, then through sustainable and urban mobility plans that are breaking everything down on a very, very local level, and then including stakeholders to work on that. Once this is in place, and once you have the support of the community and you have everybody involved, it's much harder to break this by a political action. One point that I wanted to raise, and then I'll end this here, in terms of finance, this is obviously a topic that we face as well, and within the EU, for instance, there is an extension of the emission trading system plan, and part of this extension will be that there will be the social climate fund. So the social climate fund will be funded by revenues from the emission trading system, and so there are different priority topics. One is to directly support vulnerable households and micro businesses, but another one is also to provide resources for electromobility, to provide resources for the transformation towards transport that is aligned with the Paris Agreement. So this is a way that we are taking in order to use revenues that are coming from taxing fossil fuels and carbon, and channel this into a sustainable transport system. And lastly, and this obviously has an international perspective as well, the perspective of finance. And again, here, I think it helps a lot to have strategies in place, clear plans, NDCs that are robust, and so on and so forth, because that helps, for instance, with respect to multilateral development banks, to talk to them, to be able to receive funding from those institutions that are very much relying on clear planning, on clear benchmarks, on clear goals. And the same accounts for the Article 6 and for anything that follows the CDM. The clearer the rules are and the more ambitious it is, and the clearer the transparency is, the more we will be able to use it, because then it allows us to really account for the improvements and the increased ambition that we'll see in the transport sector. Thanks.
Thank you very much, brother. And that point of strategic planning is really key. And yes, Norway?
Thank you very much. There's been a lot of interesting things brought up, so I just thought I'd make a comment a bit on a few from my view. So on the discussion on revenue and how the revenue might fall if it's based on fossil fuel taxes when the emissions fall, I think it's important to remember that these taxes are meant to internalize the external costs of these emissions. So, which is climate change and all the costs that go with it. I mean, I think every single country by now has had some weather events that can be ascribed to climate change and the related costs. So when these income fall, that is definitely a good thing in and of itself. That's just something to remember. And it also means that people have been able to shift away from the use of fossil fuels and those emissions. So the economic activity is no longer tied to fossil fuels, and that means that there is an opening for getting revenue from other parts of the economy. But of course, I think it's the finance ministries and departments who will be best to talk together to find where and how to increase revenue on a general level. Then there was one point raised about the specific cases of people who live, say, very far away, who do need to travel very often and might not find an electric vehicle to be convenient for them. So in Norway, we have some of those cases, but we are seeing that battery electric vehicles are also being performed in those cases. But I would also say that you can do a lot before you before you really need to deal with the edge cases. I think the world already is 50% of the world's population live in urban areas, and it's projected to grow even higher. And most people's travels are very short. Most of travel is commuting to and from work, to and from shopping and groceries. And these are not areas where, and these are areas where electric vehicles already are very performant. So I think starting to focus on the areas where you can make a difference with the technology available is good, and then look forward to the more difficult cases later on. Of course, having those people in mind so they're not left behind, and having an idea and plan for it. Just one final point on that ties into this idea of planning for everyone, and also the long-term planning, which was raised by colleagues in the EU. I just want to lift the avoid, shift, and improve framework again. We've heard of it before, but I also believe that there are some very strong and good co-benefits with sustainable development and socioeconomic impacts. It's both the people who get more options when you look at avoiding personal vehicles. It's the resource use. You have generally the resources that can then be distributed to the rest of society, and the energy use. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm just being informed that we're out of time. I have India, Grenada, and Egypt. Now, I want to try and borrow some 2 minutes. Okay, and India, I'll bring you in. Can I just get Egypt, Grenada to say something in 1 minute? I get to Egypt and I see how much time will be left for India. Grenada?
Thank you, Chair. Just to indicate that I think we take a very terrestrial approach to this transport. We also need to think in terms of marine transport.
Okay.
Because for small states like the fishing industry and for small islands, many islands constitute the countries, and I think we need to also have some applications here. So some sort of collaboration with IMO might be quite useful here. Thank you.
Thank you. Egypt?
Thank you. I would like to confirm that it should be a part of the long-term planning and strategic planning, and this is very true, and I think Egypt is a prominent example in this respect. But again, I mean, being part of this strategic planning means implicitly that it will take time. It will take time for a developing country that has pressing challenges to combat poverty and to achieve sustainable development, to relocate resources from a specific sector or from a poverty sector to another sector, for example, in electrifying something and so on. Again, the other point is the issue with finance and the multilateral development banks and institutions. The problem is not only the clarity of rules and of NDCs that is accordingly they provide money. The problem is that they don't have sufficient money right now, and they have very tough requirements that belongs to many years ago. If you look to the envelope of any development bank, you will see it, I think, 1/3 of its envelope 15 years ago, and this is a significant issue that we have to put into consideration while we are talking about this issue within the convention. And I think in Marrakesh right now, they might be tackling this issue and their rules as well. So
thank you. India, last word.
Thank you, facilitator. I would like to return back to the topic, which is barriers and challenges around addressing sustainable change and socioeconomic impact, and reiterate, maybe bringing into focus SDG numbers 7, 13, and 17, which are very crucial right now, because access to modern energy to people is the primary factor that we have to start with, and everybody doesn't have it equally right now. And if you just have to have comparative numbers, the per capita consumption of most developing countries is under 1,000 units, which is like they're sustaining at a bare minimum. And if you compare the same for the developed countries, it's more than 3,000 units. So you can do the math. Similarly, for the transportation needs, if we have to look at transportation itself, globally, a quarter of the emissions are coming from transportation, but from where? Most of the developing countries are not contributing to it, which is why the climate action under SDG 13 comes into picture. And that's why we have to recall the Paris Agreement and its convention, that if we have to bring solutions and if we have to bring the climate solutions forward, we cannot forget the access equity issues, and we cannot also forget our promises on the means of implementation. So I just wanted to reiterate those points. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, and I think that's the right note to end with this, especially when you refer to the 3 SDGs. Thank you very much, sister. And thank you very much, all participants. It's been great listening to you. I know we would have had more time, but time is not on our side. Like my boss is already grabbing me here to say, let's go. And we meet later in the plenary. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I thought we were going to stay, but actually the facilitators are moving around. So thank you for waiting for us. My name is Simon Ben Meraz, together with my colleague from the Secretariat, Walter, and Maria from the Tech. The committee will be the facilitator for the technology and capacity sessions. Thank you so much. And I hand over to Maria for the opening remarks, I would say.
Thank you. We had a very good discussion in the World Cafe as well. So our focus is today is on technology and capacity issues in around transport sector. So the question remains for us was what are the barriers, challenges related to technology and capacity for just energy transition. With that, let me give the floor to Simon to facilitate. Thank you.
As Mario mentioned, we had a lot of very interesting discussion this morning on the challenges in the different sectors, and in the specific topic talking about collective and non-motorized mode of transport. I think we view the primary challenges as shifting societal preference toward more sustainable options, and of course they should be cost efficient and widely available for the greater number, and encouraging, of course, motorized solution, but also the use of public transport, which can be electrified, and non-motorized mode of transport like cycling or walking necessitate comprehensive infrastructure development and more awareness-raising campaigns. Secondly, in the realms of energy and resource efficiency, that demands the use, the development, and the acceptance of more advanced technology coupled with new regulation. The electrified transports, of course, hold promising, let's say, pathways toward decarbonizing the sector, but also that go hand to hand with the sourcing of renewable energy. And lastly, in terms of, for example, the use of low carbon or clean, let's say, fuels, that requires scalable solution, new production methods, and of course a view on what are the cost-effective fuels that will be available to decarbonize. And to scale up urgently the mitigations effort of many countries, we need a holistic approach, integrating all those subtopics together and involving new policy incentive, the acceptance or the acceleration of innovation in terms of technology, and the engagement of the public through as well reinforcing capacity building. So today we really want to hear from you as well in this topic of technology and capacity challenge. What do you see as let's say key barriers and solutions that can really address the need to accelerate, let's say, the adoption of those solutions globally? So we'll open a bit the floor, as I assume you had this in the first round, and we'll try to connect as well the dots between interventions. Thank you. Would someone like to? It's always the most difficult one, the first interventions. So I'm calling of colleagues who wants to contribute. Yes, I see El Salvador. Yes. The floor is yours.
Thanks. Good afternoon. About the barriers that Mr. Hansi say at the morning, I according with you, but by my country is this. The list is the same. It's difficult, for example, the know-how, technologies for transit to energies, clear or green. For example, I recently start to studies for the green hidrógeno verde.
Yes, green hydrogen.
Green
Yes.
But I don't know if that that is a solution, but our country, because we have a serious problem with the stress hydric, for example, or the culture of the people still don't see well use of bicycle, for example. I all want to have a car and drive. Include we don't have a good public transport services, and these problems are priority that transit to green energy or clear energies. This is the know-how, the financial, the no to new tendencies are a problem for us.
Thank you so much. I had the opportunity to cycle in San Salvador. It was difficult. Yeah, it's not always difficult.
Yes. Other?
Yes. So we have running mics. Yes, please. It's from Grenada. Yes.
Yeah, Spencer Thomas from Grenada. Just want to make maybe just 4 quick points. First of all, I think one of the barriers is the issue of intellectual property rights. I think this is something that we don't like to speak a lot in this convention, but this is one of the main barriers for technology development. And I think we need to be clear on technology development versus technology transfer. I believe it is important that we focus on the development, and the transfer is not going to help us much in small states and economies like ours. So that's the second point. The other one is the relationship with the development of indigenous technologies and the research and development as a key form to ensure that we develop endogenous technologies. The question of what is appropriate technology is also very clear. It has to be context specific, and the final point is that all that we do in technology must be linked directly with availability of finance and capacity building for technology development and transfer, especially endogenous technologies. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, also highlighting you mentioned indigenous technology also for islands is a specific also concern, I would say, with the logistics involved. So that's a very good comment. Thank you so much. Is there any other remarks? I think maybe also on the need for capacity building. I think that's a very important theme, I would say, especially in a sector where you have a lot of different offers, I would say, a mode of transport. So I think maybe if you want to comment on capacity building and needs to raise awareness in the different stakeholders group. Yes, please, Uganda. If we can give a microphone to the back of the room. Yes.
Thank you. I'd like to add on what the colleagues have identified. And still, in terms of technology challenges, issues to do with the energy, the charging infrastructure is one of those critical areas that need to be addressed if we have to accelerate the transition to cleaner energies in the transport sector. Because it requires building a comprehensive network of charging stations for the EVs, and this is quite expensive, and it requires coordination between the different government institutions if that has to be realized. The other aspect is to do with the energy storage. That is still to do with the technology challenge. The energy storage in terms of, Developing advanced and the most cost-effective energy storage solutions is quite high in terms of the capacity of the batteries, which is very crucial for electric vehicles, and also the renewable energy integration. So you realize that there are issues to do with limited energy density, and there are materials as well, material sourcing and recycling. And these are the challenges that most developing countries like Uganda experience. And if they are addressed, then this could, easily accelerate the transition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think this also highlights the aspect related to manufacturing as well, and the creation of hubs where there is the availability of those critical materials. So a very good insight. Thank you so much. We have Saint Lucia as well.
Thank you very much. Fabian Lewis, St. Lucia, Ministry of Infrastructure. One of the things that I see in terms of technology as a challenge is the fact that we, small island states, and for that part, the majority of the world, we're following in terms of technology. We're following in whatever is put out there by the bigger, more developed countries. We have an abundance of solar, we have abundance of wind, we have abundance of salt water, and as my colleague was just reminding me, finance is an issue. But finance is always an issue, but here lies the conundrum. We need to start thinking outside of the collective box and try to develop the technologies that work for us. Allow innovation to spring from our youth in the sense that let them come up with the ideas. They may have some revolutionary idea to use solar in a very different way. Use the resources we have in abundance in a very different way to get the results that we're looking for. But we keep focusing on what is being produced by the more developed countries, and we're going along that lines. Not that I'm saying to stop, but let us expand our vision a little bit. We have the Regional Science and Mathematics Fair. That is an opportunity to allow for a think tank of the youth. Yeah, we may find the ideas spring forth that can take us in a very different direction and help spawn a new generation of innovators, especially from the energy component, where we are looking for that type of innovation to drive our economies. So as a thought, it's just that what we have existing now, we know the difficulties. We're constantly looking for the hurdles, the solutions to get over those difficulties, but they're still tied back to the technologies that we already know. I haven't heard that we're looking for new technologies, just solutions to get over the hurdles for the current technologies, as a thought.
Thank you very much for highlighting this point. I think you mentioned the abundant availability of solar in your island. I think that's a fantastic opportunity to match, I would say, solutions that are specific to what resource country have, but also if I extend also in terms of circularity, for example, we see cases where the use of, for example, bamboo in lightweight EVs can be used as let's say a material to develop new solution, and in that respect using locally available, let's say, material available. So this is a good comment as well. Thank you so much. We have a colleague from the DRC as well.
Thank you very much. I am going to stress on a trilemma of between capacity building, technology transfer, and finance. So by doing so, we consider the two categories of country. We have developed and developing countries. It happens that developed country has finance. But in the meantime, developing country also have resources that can help for transition, just for example, what has been said recently. So, and we're talking about charging station, electrification of transport system, and electrification of cars. Now, some of these technologies are based on natural resources, as I stressed before. So, what the point I'm trying to make is that countries in the south or developing countries, which can provide resources for transition, should not be used just like a source of natural resources to facilitate transition. But they should also benefit from technology transfer and also from finance, so that they can, on their part, also develop or get into this transition. So it's a very important point that I wanted to raise, so that it's considered in our reflection. So that's, I think that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think for participant of Africa Climate Week, there was a very strong point. You mentioned countries which are resource rich and provider of certain material and should also benefit in terms of technology transfer. And I think this is also the topic of increasing the availability of financing to create local solutions. Thank you so much. We have an online participants who will introduce themselves. I don't see the screen, but if you can, yeah, open your microphone and introduce yourself, please. David, can you hear us? If you speak, David, we cannot hear you. Yes. Was Jennifer? David? Ah, he left the chat. Is there any other, yes, follow-up questions or comments from Uganda, please? I think she needs the microphone again in the back. Thank you.
I wanted to highlight something to do with the capacity capacity challenges. And I want to bring it from the perspective of Uganda, what is going on. We have this engineer who put together a team of engineers, and they built a bus, electric bus, number one. So far, they have built about, I think, less than 10 in a number of years. And it's quite interesting. The president and government has picked up a lot of interest in that. And this team of experts have been tasked to explain to the population, what they do exactly, what are the benefits of using such a clean bus, and all that. But the thing is, you will realize that we have started it, but there are challenges around that, because these are few or one of few experts who have somehow understood how to, put in place use such technology to put in place such a bus. But you realize that the capacity building to not only stop at that, having the skills, but it has to go beyond that. They have to understand we have to understand the entire cycle of what we need to do, what we need to put in place in preparation for these new technologies, right? So capacity building, it is important that for countries like that, for example, we need to put in place some finances and technology, and capacity support to upscale, for example, what they have already initiated. At the same time, build capacity for, more technical personnel so that they are able to utilize such personnel at the local level and have that production, at a higher scale. If you have the local capacity, it is something which is very important. And so having financing, still, it goes back to financing. Having financing and building more skills is very important if we have to sustainably transition in our economies. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the follow-up insights. I see two yes. I think the first was the participant from Cuba.
Thank you, Your Honor. We want to share with you some key points about our actions. Cuba faces important challenges in the coming years, including gradual transformation of the energy matrix to reduce the high dependence of fossil fuel, not only on ways to decarbonization actions, but for a fossil independence cause of an embargo. Serious commitments to reduce the negative impacts on transportation with the gas emissions by 2030. Introduction of 55,000 electric vehicles. Vehicle fuel reduction by 50%. Avoid 1 million tons carbon. Transportation reorganization with more efficient intermodal schemes. Retrofit to motor vehicle intended for freight traffic. Increase in the use of railways. Electrify on the battery trains. Dynamize the national industry in order to substitute imports. Electrify railway through sustainable alternative to transport passenger on battery-powered trains. Electrification by catenaries is highly expensive due to the infrastructure and rolling stock required. Science, technology, and global innovation show accelerated development compared to countries that do not have cutting-edge technologies, imposing unattainable challenges and commitments. We suffer cyclical crisis in the oil market, high vulnerability of the Cuban economy. However, Cuba has designed several policies that give strategies to contribute to the decarbonization of transportation for sustainable mobility, where both routes with high passenger traffic and those that serve small and diverse rural population enclaves in the country benefits. Some policies that tribute to the decarbonization of transportation we show and we keep in the program of national development. Like, for example, territorial planning scheme of Havana development for 2030. Developed urban, suburban passenger rail transportation has an alternative for passenger mobility to and from peripheral areas to the provinces of Artemis and Mayabeque. Establish a system with traction equipment and modern cars that guarantee speed, comfort, and improve the urban image. Sectorial program, science, technology, and innovation belong to Mitran's strategy, Minister of Transport. Projection on the use and development of electric vehicles to 2030. This projection was drawn up and incentives were approved to introduce electric vehicles using renewable energy in the country, thanks our good sun. Study the technical economic feasibility of the gradual introduction of the electric railway. It's necessary to speak about railways. Not only car, light car, and private car. Massive transportation is possible thanks railway. We have a project in railway infrastructure, macro program with the Minister of Transport, beginning the study based on the use of electrification and future hydrogen. This step is right now impossible for our potential, but it's on the projection. Study of the possibility of incorporate the Havana electric traction tram service. And we almost finished a new mobility project, sustainable urban mobility for Havana. And the last one, National Transportation Development Master Plan to the 2030. That's our modest contribution. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your insights from Cuba. We have the participant from Fiji next.
Thank you. I just wanted to mention something around the capacity challenges. So in the case of Fiji, what is common now is we're losing a lot of skilled workers to neighboring developed country. So over the last maybe 18 months, we've lost about 10% of our formal workforce. And I'll just explain this in terms of an examples of early last year we ran a renewable energy certification program on not on transport, it was on solar home systems. And what happened was about 40% of the participants trained, they migrated. And so now what our challenge is, we're back to square one. So while we have capacity building needs, and when we get support to address those challenges like that, put us back again. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Is there any other insight, remarks? Anyone online, maybe? No? Yes, okay. So, yes. European Union, please.
Yes, thank you very much. And thanks also for the contributions that we heard so far. So just trying to also reflect what the IPCC is saying about technology and capacity challenges. And we do know that the IPCC is saying that technology development, technology transfer, and capacity building can support countries and whole regions in leapfrogging. And I know this is being used as a buzzword from time to time, but nevertheless, this is an important concept to touch upon. And or to transition to low emission transport systems. The IPCC also shows that when we look at mitigation options until 2030, that in the transport sector, around 2 gigatons of CO2 equivalent can be cut by technology and the mitigation options and measures that have costs below $0 in their lifetime and in a life cycle. So there are obviously technologies and measures that need further development, that need further support, but there are also technologies and a lot of them available that we can tap into now, obviously respecting the different circumstances, but nevertheless reflecting that they are available. And this is also important for our strategic planning when we think about which technologies to use and what are the next steps in a development of a transport system. Coming back to this buzzword of leapfrogging, this is of course an issue because, and this ties back to the valid point on finance, that deciding for technology is also a financial decision. But if we decide, or if there's a decision taken for technology that is transitional and will not be available anymore, will be outdated, will not be useful to achieve the goals of the Paris Agreement, this means that this can create significant costs and burden for local, regional, and national economies. This can create stranded assets. This can create a lot of impact on fiscal budgets, which then don't allow for the investments that are needed for going from a transitional element to a Paris-aligned element. So as much as we talk about leapfrogging, as much as the challenges in this needs to be considered not as something that is out of our view, but as something that we can achieve together and thereby enable the most efficient solution, which is to use the technology or aim at using the technology now or within, well, implementing these types of technologies that will make us Paris aligned. Within the EU, we do invest and support a lot of technology and capacity building and technology innovation research. So just to give you two examples, there is the EU Innovation Fund, which, for instance, invests in different types of climate mitigation, technology, and innovation support. And amongst those priorities, the fund addresses road transport, it addresses collective forms of transport, public transport, and coach services. So that's on the innovation side. And then, let's say, one level before that, on the research and development side, there's also the Horizon Europe project and initiative, which has a total budget of almost 100 billion, and of this 100 billion over a time span of 7 years. And in this budget, around 15 billion are being invested into research and development in the transport sector when it comes to technologies and capacity building. So, and this is also something where cooperation within and outside of the EU is really at the forefront. So therefore, benefiting the progress, the global progress of technology development and research. And to also address the point on, which is a very valid point as well in terms of capacity building that was raised by the colleague from Fiji and others. It is of course important to build capacity within a country and to also be able to maintain this capacity within a country. And there are, again, we had this we mentioned we mentioned multilateral development banks in the breakout before, and of course there's discussions around reforms ongoing, but nevertheless they're contributing an important element to creating those local capacities, as other projects within the European Union, funded by the European Union, but also by other partners, are contributing to create those capacities and to create them with local teams, so to ensure that capacity can stay. Obviously, reflecting that this needs to be made sustainable and that capacity stays within a country in order to be able to work on technology and capacity challenges from a more strategic and forward-looking view. Thanks.
Thank you so much. I think the topic of technology transfer, capacity building, and you're mentioning the Horizon Europe project or in, program, sorry, that support many projects in this field between countries as well. It's a good example. We have, I think we're going to need to wrap up, so we're going to take maybe a last or a comment, and then my colleague Maria can wrap up this session. Saint Lucia, over to you. If you have, yes, please.
Thank you. Ben is from St. Lucia. And just to reiterate the point that the Fiji colleague made about capacity building, for small island developing states, once you train people, build capacity, they become more marketable. And then they go off they more or less poached by the developed countries, or they go off to to better opportunities. I think there's an opportunity for us to think of capacity building not on a one-off initiative. Capacity building should be on a continuous basis. And then two, also looking at a higher level of capacity building, not just training people, but training trainers to continuously work within the countries to continuously develop, making that capacity building a sustainable solution rather than a one-off solution where you just train people in a country. And then it's more or less dead with them. So a continuous system where people can continuously build capacity.
And I can quickly add, for sustainability, herein lies opportunity to create an environment that would absorb those trained persons, that would stop the drainage from your country elsewhere. So we need to look at it on all levels.
Thank you very much. I think this multiplying, let's say, the benefits through increased capacity building is a very good example. We'll take one more comment before wrapping up. Also, okay, we have the gentleman from Grenada, and then we can.
Okay, I don't know if I'll still be the last. El Salvador need to speak. Just to add to the capacity, I think we must also look at the institutional strengthening when we're looking at the issue of capacity, as already ventilated, that we have to find more innovative ways to capacity build. But also to do a comprehensive strengthening of the institution themselves, because we do have cases too where persons are trained and still underutilized. In regards to the technology, I mean, we need to do better, and we need to be more attractive. If we're serious about moving in the direction of EVs and so on, we can't have we need to improve in terms of charging, the rate of charging, etc. For the EVs to be fully integrated in a small island like Grenada, for instance, where I am at, Titus Antoine, by the way, Grenada, we have the unique situation. So we have small roads which can barely carry the cars as we speak now, 2 lanes. We could barely carry 2 lanes. The cars are kissing each other, right? To add with no sidewalks and limited drain space. And here we are talking about adding lanes for cycling and pedestrians and so on. Both sides of the roads are already built up, right? So we'll have to remove buildings and so on to widen these roads. So it is very disruptive, so to speak, if we are to go the route, as previously mentioned, that have worked quite well in some of the already developed cities. Now, we welcome the issue, as I said, but we will definitely have to have faster batteries. My personal take on it is that for the transition to be just, we must not necessarily put the existing services at a disadvantage, where jobs are lost, where industries are disrupted. But we must look at a way to collaborate and integrate and have as smooth as possible transition, where the jobs at the service centers are not placed on the line, where the mechanics that we already invested in and developed their capacity don't become obsolete. The auto shops, etc., in terms of the parts they carry. So we have to look at it as an integrated approach, but I believe the least disruptive we will gain, the least disruptive approach, we will gain a faster and a just transition. And that is to integrate as much as possible the existing with what we know we definitely have to bring new. I would have loved to go into more detail as to the possible solutions, but I know time is against us, and I do want to give the colleague from El Salvador the last word.
Thank you for your timely insights. Yes, job reskilling was part of the solution, and as you mentioned, from the car mechanics to the engineer, they will need to have some sort of training to transition. We'll go to the last speakers for this session from El Salvador.
Thank you. I read. I want to talk about technology transfers. This requires knowledge transfers, but it also needs money to implement. And the financing mechanisms enabled for the topic are still restrictive to access them. So we are filled with documents, but without money to buy a server, buy a computer, buy a measuring equipment. Therefore, cooperation and support mechanisms for climate action must modify this condition. We have a really access to the technology and capacities.
Thank you so much. We'll now go to the wrapping, I would say, from my colleague Maria, and thank you so much for your insight today.
Thank you, Simon, and it was a very rich discussion. I would not be able to give very comprehensive summaries per se, but most thing that I heard in the room is on collaboration. Effective collaboration is key for bridging these gaps and overcoming the barriers as well. I also heard that there is a need for innovation, not only identifying what is best working for the existing barriers of technologies that are available, but finding out new and innovative solutions that are in country and country specific needs. I also heard that finance is a key barrier to address technological issues as well. So this is area that perhaps countries would be working together in a collaborative form. Heard discussions about the upscale and rescale of capacity building, especially in and around technology issues, is important to ensure that it's reachable and it's affordable to the countries where it is being transferred as well. Some countries highlighted that there are technology that is available, but global research is required because some specific interventions are needed in those countries as well. And three more elements that I would like to highlight is about the capacity retention issue that came up, which is an important element of maintaining a roster of people within the institutions and ways to strengthen the institution to not to avoid the capacity retention, capacity draining within countries as well. So that's something that I would like to highlight. And the other thing is the institutional strengthening within the countries is something that comes in an area where we would need to strengthen more. It is one of the opportunities that we can harness soon. With that, I think I have touched most of those elements, but most all just be assured that all your interventions will be captured in the report as well. Thank you very much. And then we'll be moving to the next meeting room while you can stay and expect new facilitators. Thank you very much.
No, this is sent and this is cancelled. Yes, this is sent. If you're done, you click send. That one. Yes, you're good. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, well,
أول مرة بالي إن هو معلوش
دي مشكلة بقى الواحد يجي يحط في مكنة في مصر يتسحب ما نعرفش بقى نجيبه.
لا مصر
نكلم مين بقى
أجرب أدفع بالحاجة على الإنترنت.
ما خدناش الكارت بتاع بكرة.
هم قالوا
بكرة من هناك.
activation يعني انت المفروض عندك الكارت منزل له الابلكيشن، المفروض انه ما يكونش فيه مشكله انك تدفع منه.
عادي الاوتيل.
مش مصر كارد ايدنتيفيكيشن. أو في المرة أنا امبارح ما عرفش أسحب 2400. الوحيد اللي كان صرفه في بس فكرة حضرتك كويسة بتاعت هم 2100 دولار دول كام؟ دينار ده كام؟
ده 600.
650 لا قليل. كويس فيه انه بالنسبه يعني عارف لو في تعويم للجنيه نقدر نشتري بيه في مصر كويس يعني هو بيدي السعر بتاع الدولار سعر خير ما هي مشكلته بس في نفسي اروح الجامعه مش عارفه ليه طالما هو فاتحينه للزياره ليه مش رابطين الدريس كود
So how are you? Someone will be joining us online. Binyam Raja from the World Bank.
Oh, he's covered. No, he's not. He's
Online.
no. He's gone actually because he's flying on a plane.
Oh, okay, okay. Thank you for informing me. Didn't hear it.
No worries.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to this discussion. We are on financing issues. Thank you all. I know it's a bit warm now and it's a bit late in the day, but let's plow on and hopefully have a really good discussion on financing issues. So we're looking at the barriers, opportunities, and challenges in relation to financing just energy transitions. And I know many of you have good examples and practices and views also in terms of the challenges and barriers that your countries have faced in terms of looking at financing the investments and cost of just energy transition in transport. So we look forward to hearing from you. The floor is yours. So please raise your flags when you're ready. Okay, just to kick off, perhaps, just to talk about some of the issues that was been raised in the previous two rounds of this discussion. We have a few, there were conversations about balancing the competing interests in countries. Obviously, countries have different, very different financing needs, also quite significant financing needs, particularly in developing countries when you're trying to meet sustainable development goals. And also adaptation and climate resilient goals. So trying to meet mitigation also costs is competing. So there's a need for prioritization and sequencing. Financing needs and has to be dependent on local context. There's been quite a bit of discussion, I think, on public finance and the role of public finance, both in terms of direct financing, but also in terms of the role of public finance in incentivizing private finance and sending market signals, the role of regulation to bring on board the private investment and aligning it with climate goals. And there also is been discussion in terms of the pressures on public finance at the moment and challenges of debt as a component of finance. So open it up to the floor for any reflections on this group. I have Norway.
Thank you very much. I think just to start off, there's one point we can raise that's been mentioned a bit earlier also, which is the pricing of emissions, or actually pricing of cars in general and the externalities of that. So for Norway's example, we started with fees and taxes on cars very early, originally as a fiscal instrument to bring income to the government, and through the years they've been adding on new taxes to internalize the external costs of health implications and CO2 emissions for the fossil fuel cars in particular. So I think this pricing is something that has a lot of benefits, especially also with the socioeconomic issues we were looking at in the last session. First of all, pricing cars higher means you will have less cars, which is reducing energy and emissions, energy and resource use. It also shifts to less polluting cars when you have the pollution priced in. And you also obviously get more income to the government, which can then be shifted to more equally distributed goods, such as public transport. So for us, this is one way of getting started at or a good way to get started at the chicken and egg issue.
Much. I was going to speak to my tea. Thank you. We have any more contributions? So the role of taxing is important. Yeah, sorry.
Hi, Titus Antoine.
Grenada. Thank you.
Titus Antoine, Grenada. Yeah, I just want to thank Nawi for that contribution. They have been given some very instructive examples in terms of how it's done. Obviously, as a small island as Grenada, it's a little different, and we have some different challenges. So, for instance, using the taxes on petrol and so on as a fiscal tool for Grenada, it's not exclusively given back as an issue of directly as an offset for emissions, the cost of emissions. These are resources that are raised for very, very critical things in terms of just keeping the government going, right? Salaries for public servants, etc. So it's not as easy of an ask to ask a small island to give up those resources. There are not a lot of options to, in terms of the fiscal instruments that can be used and so on. So in terms of options to raise revenue, it will be a hard ask to ask the governments to completely move into a situation where that revenue is no longer available, that stream of income is no longer available. We know the prohibitive costs of the technology as well in terms of the EVs. But I want to say it's not all gloomy. There is a way that it can be done. I think if we if we think a little outside the box, as any other new product that comes that comes with a level of concessionality, at least in the beginning for uptake. So I think if we look at in our case, if you look at the priority sectors, that was already identified over the last 2 days in the discussion in terms of public transportation, etc. If we look at some serious piloting in the islands, in the case public transportation, and also there's a good opportunity, even a better opportunity, I think, in surrounding transport relating to tourism as a main economic driver in Grenada's context. The transportation that surrounds the tourism industry, I think it will be very useful to do some pilots in those areas, and hopefully we see uptake. We see some good uptake thereafter when it is already proven as a useful tool. So the message I want to give here in terms of financing is we must do some piloting to spur uptake because the resources is not proven to work well yet in our region, especially at that commercial level. And you're asking someone to come up with the cost of the 2 or 3 times the cost of the vehicles that they're using now. That is the end cost for us. You know, it's way more expensive than the available vehicles now, and which is already onerous. Most of the vehicles surrounding the tourism industry, etc., is actually concession is given on them in the first place by the government to get them in the country. So if we want to make an impact there, we'll have to look seriously at some concessionality for piloting and uptake lower down the road. It's not a hard thing. I mentioned India mentioned earlier that the government official from India, we said they had 20,000 EVs on the road, and there's still a shortage for buses. 200 EVs could 200 EV buses to satisfy the demand in Grenada for public transportation. And there's a difference in scope, right? So it's not a hard thing, but there's still, even as small as it might sound, the challenge there to purchase is there, and it's real, and I want to put that on the record for consideration. Thank you.
Grenada, we have India. You have the floor.
Thank you for the opportunity, facilitator. I would like to go back to greening of the grid before I start talking about the transportation, because till the time we do not green the grid, electrifying transportation doesn't make sense. And the costs there are very huge. If I have to talk about just the country alone, we need almost 300 billion for the solar and the wind needs. So that's the quantum that we require. And the means of implementation under Paris Agreement have almost been negligible. So when we're discussing something, we need to also bring back all the elements that tie together in creating the enabling environment. Added to that, you brought it out in the morning very beautifully, that how these transitions shouldn't be disruptive, because if they are not aligned, if the NDCs and the country policies are not aligned, it creates a different kind of dissonance, which then it makes it even more complicated. So I would put on the table an urge for concessional, additional, low-cost finance for the developing countries, which enables them to unlock their potential of the climate action, and at the same time highlight that the adaptation that the developing countries have to do on the go is an additional cost that should be factored in to enable that equitable and accessible climate action. Thank you.
Much India, that's very clear. We have New Zealand. You have the floor.
Thank you. A couple of points from me. One is the issue of timescale that comes into some of these questions about financing. and in particular that if we're making policy choices between path A or path B, which one can come out best in terms of its net present value really does depend on the time frame that we're dealing with that over, and the fact that in both of those there might be a significant cost, and what we're looking at is really the delta between the two of them. And so being able to have that foresight as much as we can about what our future needs are, and being able to factor in that that benefit of a potential jump or leapfrogging rather than incrementalism, and being able to make really good decisions about what is best in a particular circumstance is really important, I think. Secondly, there's an element for us of making sure that whenever, as much as possible, whenever we're spending money, that's pulling in the right direction. We've had a long history in my country of getting rid of subsidies around things like agricultural production or fossil fuels and things like that. But that's coupled with pricing of emissions for us. And more recently, we've been able to couple that pricing of emissions with the revenue that's come from that to the government, and being able to use that to fund lower emissions reduction projects in a number of sectors. But there's this real nice crossover between polluter pays and then also being able to incentivize investment into low emissions alternatives, for example, in the transport sector. And then thirdly, the other example that I wanted to bring in here was about how we use the money which is flowing in our economy to support low emissions development, or not. One really tangible example for us is that we have a mandatory savings scheme, retirement savings scheme in our country called KiwiSaver. So every paycheck, a couple of percent goes off that. And one of the choices that was made with that was that the default providers for this KiwiSaver investment, the banks and the institutional investors who manage this money and grow it over time, if you want to be a default provider there, you have to exclude fossil fuel investment from your portfolio. So what that does is that it means it's been a change from from a system where if people wanted to avoid that, their money funding fossil fuel heavy infrastructure or things which contributed to the climate crisis, and then finding that information about the scheme and then opting out and choosing, the default is that you automatically do that. You actually have to opt in and decide to invest into that you want a fund that would invest into fossils. But the reason why I bring that example up is that that's a really simple example. You can imagine that a few percent of everybody's paycheck every week, it adds up to a lot of money being invested. And this is a simple choice, which is about the consumers their choice up front and whether they have to opt in or opt out of contributing to a harmful behavior. And so I think that's one way that we contribute there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, New Zealand. No. Yeah. Thank you for raising the issue about alignment. I think lots of people have raised. Egypt, you have the.
Thank you. I will echo some of my colleagues' comments, in particular India's comments in this respect, because I think we are facing the same issues when it comes to finance and the access even to the available finance, even the access to the available small and recycled, most of the time, finance and fragmented. It is difficult. The procedures usually for the developing countries, given their capacities, are tough, and the procedures are not mainstreamed. So it has to be mainstreamed, less, and it has to take into consideration the capabilities of the developing countries to formulate a project and so on. The second issue is the issue of the fresh money, the additional money that has to be there within the financial instruments to finance the new issue, the new priorities of the countries, given that mostly, I think I would say, the majority of the developing countries are now in debt distress, and this is a new issue, especially after COVID, and that has to be taken very much into consideration even when we are agreeing on the mitigation goals, because poverty is increasing in the developing countries, conflicts are everywhere, so it is another burden, and it has very much to do with the priorities that you mentioned at the beginning. When a policymaker decide to disperse some money, it disperses it in a specific sector. It is politically incorrect to say I'm targeting the EV cars or something like this. So these are the points I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Egypt. Do we have any reflections?
Sorry.
You can go. Go ahead.
The issue of taxation, because it is now a very high issue on the agenda. And I think many developing countries are observing a very disturbing trend that taxation would be the source of climate finance. And this is not the thing not the principles that we should accept as developing countries. And taxation, you can apply it in specific, context, in certain economies and so on. But the problem we have is developing countries, it is politically dangerous for politicians to impose taxes on carbon. This is the first thing. The second thing, which is very important as well, the trade barriers that we are observing through taxation and carbon taxation. Carbon taxation, I don't think it is a climate-friendly tool in the first place. And the second thing, it shouldn't be a source of climate finance within the context of the conventions. Thank you.
For bringing up the integrated issues of taxation, particularly carbon taxation. I think one of the issues that were also discussed in the World Cafe sessions that we had earlier was about the unintended consequences of mitigation action that takes place in some countries that have spillover effects on other countries. So that's something to be worried about, to be concerned, to think about, that when there are mitigation actions, taxation being one of them, but also about cars, movement of EV cars and issues like that. When it moves, what happens to the cars when it finishes their life cycle, and then it gets reported to the developing world and contributes to some externalities there as well. So there are other, there's all sorts of spillover effects. So when we talk about mitigation, there's also the spillover effects of mitigation action that also needs to be considered. Thank you. We have any more reflections? Any thoughts? Yes, we have participants online. Anybody want to reflect? We have time here to talk. Is there anyone? It would be perhaps there's something that also has been raised here was the issue of also alignment and incentivizing financial flows to flow into renewable energy sectors, or putting a cost on financing fossil fuels. I think that has been raised here, but I would also say that perhaps that also has a cautionary tale of unintended consequences, perhaps raising cost of transition finance for developing countries, also that might be a problem. Now we have the EU. Please, you'll have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much. So as we started a lot of our interventions with going back to the IPCC, we'd also like to start this one here with just going back to the IPCC and following up on what we mentioned in the last breakout in terms of that a lot of mitigation options until 2030, summing up to at least for transport only, around 2 gigatons annually of cuts that are over the life cycle associated with a cost of lower than $0, so bringing more benefits than costs in terms of the implementation. Because one important point when we talk about finance is that we're not considering these options as an insulated or an isolated case. We're not talking about going for a Paris-aligned transport system or doing nothing. There are other investment options and other investment choices that we're taking every day. And that's exactly this point of alignment of financial flows with the Paris Agreement. That's the point of that we also discussed in Article 2.1c discussions, that we need to make sure that all financial flows, may it be public, may it be private, are aligned with the goals of the Paris Agreement. Because unless we don't, until we are not doing this, or until we are still continuing the way of how we invest today, we're still investing in technology that is not compliant with the Paris Agreement and that is not contributing to climate change action, and is moreover creating stranded assets for a lot of countries and regions that are still investing into these technologies. So in terms of this discussion of how can we make sure that those flows are redistributed and that we are investing into renewable, may it be for transport, into transport is Paris aligned, but also into the enabling parts of this, as in renewable energy and so on and so forth. Obviously, it is important to have and to give signaling, especially to the private sector, in order to what the private sector should do. And this is more than anything else also something that can come out from our discussions here and other fora under the UNFCCC, that we can signal where we want to go in terms of renewable electricity, where we want to go in terms of energy efficiency, where we want to go in terms of transport. Because the more and the better and the clearer we're signaling this to the private sector and to non-party stakeholders, the better they will be positioned to really implement this. And talking about this, we see, and I remember this from the last global dialogue where we had an intervention from the IEA that was mentioning that in 2022, oil and gas companies, for instance, only invested 5% of their upstream investments into clean energy sources or renewable energy sources. That means 95% of the investments of companies that, because of their size, because of their importance, will have to be a part of the transformation, are not investing into the technologies that we need right now in order to make those transformations happen. So again, this is something when we signal better, then companies like oil and gas companies will be more incentivized to change their investments towards renewable energy and towards clean energy that is the base for decarbonized transport. One more thing to mention from our side in terms of the approaches, and of course we're all starting from different starting points. There are the different circumstances, but as it was already mentioned by colleagues here, for instance, a colleague from New Zealand, that doesn't mean that we cannot work on a step-by-step basis. That doesn't mean that we don't have to make sure that the grid is ready for 100% EVs yet. We don't have to make sure that we have the renewable electricity provided for 100% EVs and 100% buses now. It will be a step-by-step approach. What this implies is that we can discuss both. We can discuss the needs that we have for financial investments into grids, into electricity, and so on and so forth. And at the same time, we can discuss what we can do now to incentivize electrified transport, to incentivize going away from fossil fuels. This is not exclusive. The two things don't exclude each other. They go together hand in hand when we take it as a step-by-step approach. And that will also help us, and that's another point when it comes to finance. When we talk about finance, we only consider the investment costs, but what we need to consider to have a full picture is not only the investments that we're taking right now into fossil fuels and fossil fuel technology, but also the investments that will be necessary when we talk about the cost of inaction. So if we don't act right now, and if we don't align with the Paris Agreement, if we don't do the things that are necessary in the transport system and beyond, then there will be significant costs of inaction that will be significantly higher than the costs that we have right now for investments. That, again, doesn't mean that everything is solved, but this needs to be taken into the consideration when we talk about finance as an issue related to transport. And maybe another point, and the last point before I stop here, when it comes to how do we finance these transitions, I just would like to highlight again the EU Global Gateway Initiative that we set up and that is funded or aims to mobilize around 300 billion euro for exactly these investments on a global scale and in third countries that allow for the transformation of the transport sector, that allow for the transformation of the energy sector. So this is just to highlight that there's a lot of programs in place and that a step-by-step approach is definitely possible. Thanks.
Much for your contributions there, EU. We have Jordan next on the floor. Sorry, where's...
Well, thank you. Yani, as been said about finance, what I would like to add, we are as developing country, we made a very good steps within the e-mobility issue. But the most typical, the most problematic issue that we do not yet have a compatible charging infrastructure within that, and we've got, since we are importing country, we've got vehicles from China, from Europe, from America, United States of America, and the issue within fast chargers, sometimes the standards of the chargers, of the adapters, it comes within some certain kinds of cars, it doesn't come within others. I liked what Europe did last year within their decision for those charging mobile devices, that it has to be the same plug and the same input. So we would like such technologies to be within e-vehicles, so that it would be safe for anyone to use any charger in any way. We are developing our own standards for those to be permitted to enter Jordan. The other issue is that when we are asking and requesting any finance, an additional finance for such issues, we are facing some problematic issues from the financiers themselves, whether they were donors or they were MDPs, so that yet they are afraid of some risk of the market itself. So within that, we are, as I've told you, since we've imported a huge matter of e-vehicles, and we are in a need in that. So I would like to our request to be treated urgently, and we are willing to do it within any kind of way, whether it was grants, loans, equity, whatever, any financial tools. But the urgency is very good now, not only for Jordan, I'm talking for all of the developing countries, in order to have that issue, in addition to the leveraging up the skills of trade unions, that they can build the capacity for those who works in the maintenance of traditional cars and traditional issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jordan. Do we have any other flags? So one issue that has been raised here by the EU, but also been raised in a previous group, was about the cost and the issue of cost of doing nothing versus the cost of investment now. And I just want to relate to a point that was also made by another delegate in one of the first groups that we went to, that when we talk about these costs, and particularly when we talk about public finance costs that come from the taxpayer, there's always there's a need to shift the narrative, and how do we build a narrative of consensus to make this that we have to invest, we have to put in these investments because the cost of doing nothing perhaps is quite high. So that's one insight that has come. Perhaps I'd like some reflections. We've had a lot of reflections and contributions on the cost of, the actual process of electrification, of transitioning to sort of more renewable energy sources for transport. But what we haven't really discussed in any of our rounds in any depth is the financing of the adaptive capacities of countries to deal with the social and economic dislocations of the transition. So when we talk about just on transition, the cost of upskilling workers, the cost of perhaps an economic sector that's dependent on a particular fossil fuel heavy dependent. I think our colleague from South Africa in a previous round raised the issue of platinum, which has been used quite a lot in the production of catalytic converters. And when that goes, you have an entire sector that needs to be replaced, diversified, workers to be upskilled. So I'd like some thoughts on that as well, if anyone has contributions, reflections on that. Any online people? So yeah, the cost, and we did talk a lot also about private sector financing and incentivizing the private sector. But I just wonder how incentivized private sectors will be in terms of financing these social costs. Egypt, you have the floor.
I think recently we had a workshop on Article 2.1c, and we have seen from the presentation of from the private sector themselves who are investing and engaged in financing renewables and the clean energy, that they are saying that we admit that we do not finance adaptation. We finance mitigation when it is economically viable. And we have seen from the presentation the data, the figures, private finance is not a reliable mean of financing in this transition. So the private sector admits that his okay, so the private sector admits that it is not the sort of finance that we can count on at this stage to finance or to contribute significantly to financing the transition. And this is very much relates to the financial burden and the financial cost of the transition, the social and economic cost. It would be huge in many developing countries. Developing countries are, they are relying on fossil fuel sectors, and it absorbs millions of workers. So the just transition is very vital here. It should be step by step. I can echo on this point, but at the same time, we don't see a gradual approach is being introduced here. We see targets, we see policies, mainly within the developed countries that subsidizing and do not commit to the principles of the international, the free market and the free trade. And this is barriers again. We have, we don't have just transition. We have high financial cost on transition in different aspects. And at the same time, we see policies that are hindering free trade and hindering the development of developing countries and less developed countries. Thank you.
Much, Egypt. We have any more? Otherwise, we can close this panel early, and then you can take a little bit more of a. Oh, India, sorry.
I just wanted to circle back on the cost of inaction and nobody knows that better than developing countries, because the historical emissions caused adaptation needs in the developing countries have become so urgent, and the need of financing that is so critical that nobody understands it more than developing countries at this point. And vis-a-vis Article 4, it cannot be seen in isolation. We have to see the Paris Agreement as a whole, which allows for individual countries to have their country-specific, need-specific, differentiated responsibilities, which is how countries are progressing. However, it needs to be highlighted that one element of the Paris Agreement of delivering the promise of finance is still sort of being unaccountable for and should come into discussion very clearly. Thank you.
Very much. India. Anybody else? Last call, last chance. Yes, New Zealand.
Thanks. One reflection on the cost of inaction point, and I remember this working in domestic policy areas myself, in that particularly for a smaller country who has it becomes very hard to attribute your actions to a direct cost in the economic modelling sense of what we're doing. So even at an NDC level, and then attributing that to particular policies is quite difficult. But that's where that role of the science or the global direction comes in, and that if we know that we may not be able to put the exact dollar value on this action in terms of the emissions reductions gained, but we know that we need to be on this pathway to achieve what we said we would, then that can act as a proxy, which is quite helpful there. Also on the green jobs point, or on the jobs in these industries point, I think it's interesting looking at the variety of literature out there which suggests that in general moving to green jobs rather than fossil fuel intensive modes of production, whether that's in terms of stationary energy or transport or whatever, tends to show that there are more green jobs available in this as you deal with more distributed systems. But so in absolute terms, the general rule of thumb is that there'll be more jobs available, but the challenge is that it's not necessarily a one-to-one translation of the person who's been the coal miner or the guy in the steel smelter all his life might not be, or what is the technology that, or the training or the things that surround him and his family and community that get those jobs going. So mapping that more jobs out there into those actual specific real-world impacts on people is really important. Thanks.
Thank you, New Zealand. We have Grenada.
Yeah, Titus Antoine Grenada. Yeah, just to say the points, the discussion is quite rich. Egypt underscored it very well. I mean, if you're in the, just looking at it from our lens, right? You're in a small island. You're not primarily the responsible for the impacts, and you are being asked to find monies that you don't have to respond to the impacts, right, and to prioritize mitigation action. I don't see it. I don't see it happening if we don't have the intervention, financial intervention, that is, and great concessionality for even for the private sector. I don't see a bus operator, for instance, spending 3 times the amount for a bus just so that he can say he is reducing his carbon footprint. It sounds good politically. I mean, it is the right thing to say, but I don't see it happening. unless they are assisted in making the transition, it just wouldn't happen in our context. The the infrastructure, etc. That's why I think in our case, an integrated approach will be best because you don't want to put anyone on the breadline, so to speak, existing jobs. Um, but we must find a way to retool as we bring in the new technology at a concessional rate. And I think that is a model there that we need to look at and how we go about doing that if we want to see um, this thing take off in the small islands. Thank you.
We have the EU.
Thank you very much. Just to quickly come back, and I would like to thank both the delegates from Egypt and Grenada to point that out. That obviously from our perspective, for a step-by-step approach, you want to make sure that you're going into the right direction. And in order to make sure that you're going into the right direction, you have to know where you're going at. And in order to know where you're going at, you need to define your target where you want to go. So I think having a goal and then breaking that down to a step-by-step approach is, again, not excluding each other, but it's actually something that is mutually going together and that is naturally one needs the other. And I also want to link this to the example provided by the colleague from Grenada with the bus, and the bus that is 3 times more expensive in this example than a conventional bus. And the private bus owner, the private collective transport business will be much more likely to make this investment if, one, there is an innovative finance instrument provided to this bus owner so that you don't consider only the investment costs, but you consider the significantly lower operational costs for the bus, and therefore can afford that because there is this instrument available. And the financial institution will provide this instrument if it's much clearer to the financial institution, as well as the bus driver will be much more likely to make this investment if it's clear that in 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 15 years from now, this and that will be the target, the goal, and therefore certain actions are needed now to achieve that. So this step-by-step approach illustrated in this example is very much linked to having an idea of where we want to go. Thanks.
Egypt, you have the floor.
Thank you. I just have a very quick comment. As regards giving indication to the financial institution about the direction, actually, even if you have a project, try to negotiate on a project right now to electrify, for example, a train or something, and look at the cost of finance for a developing country, how much it will be. You give directions, but in order to install the infrastructure, you have to pay 50% interest rate on a loan. So, I mean, the finance has to be there, and concessional finance has to be there, because this is, I mean, this is the convention. The convention is all about, I mean, providing financial support in order to achieve the targets and the goals of the convention. You cannot give indications, and you just be indebted more and more and increase the debt for developing countries. For the innovative tools of finance, actually mostly now they are pretty much constitute trade barriers. And this is, I mean, a real hindrance for development and for achieving sustainable development for the developing countries. Once they are able to trade freely and to be competitive in the global market, they are facing new trade barriers that they haven't agreed and they haven't negotiated. So this issue has to be highlighted. While in the developed countries, we see huge subsidies policies for specific sectors. I think if the developing countries were in their place, I think we all have been in the WTO for huge disputes. So these issues has to be discussed frankly. Thank
you. St. Lucia?
Thank you. Ben is Joseph from St. Lucia, and I just want to come in. I didn't think it was necessary because my colleague from Grenada spoke about most of the issues that are facing small island developing states. But just want to reiterate the statement that financing, especially as it relates to the upfront cost of vehicles, is a real issue in small island developing states and also in other developing countries, as been mentioned by Egypt. What we have in our system is not something that's new. We've been talking about those same situations with renewable energy. With the upfront costs of solar, it's almost the same situation with the electric vehicles, but at a higher scale. And there have been innovative financing solutions brought about to help the citizens of the country to more or less go into that uptake of solar. But you'll find that it's always the more affluent who are able to do it. And you're creating a system of, well, you're creating an unequal society here. And you have the equity solution problem introducing into your society. So it needs to be done on a holistic approach. We need to find a solution that can help everyone and not just who can afford. So that's some of the major issues facing small island developing states. And it's not that we're not trying. We do have systems. We have introduced training for our mechanics. We have introduced electric vehicles into our fleet. We have done the studies to help identify the areas that we can introduce electric vehicles, but we still lack the financing. We still have to prioritize whether we put financing in an electric vehicle or whether we do adaptation to mitigate, well, adaptation for climate change, because we have those issues currently facing in our society. So these are some of the issues that decisions that governments have to make on a daily basis. And as I brought about the point, my colleague from Grenada also brought it up. We've built our system around fossil fuels. The taxes that are there for fossil fuels, it's integrated into our economy. It helps drive the economy for the fossil fuels. Now we need to rethink, because putting taxes on electric vehicles that are already high, increasing the cost, you cannot really tell a layman in St. Lucia that this is your solution. We need to think of innovative approaches. We need to find a solution that will help everyone in this situation. Thanks.
For that. Jordan?
Thank you so much. Just to reiterate, the talk about financing, I would like to say that we are talking about EVs. We are talking about a new investment which will take the vehicles investment all over. Whether we would like to go with an EVs or not, it will begin 2040 and after, and we will be forced only for EVs. So the matter is that why don't you, thank you, but you are a university professor, but why don't we go within the private financing so that those owners of, those manufacturers of the cars itself, who sometimes, they do have budgets much more than several countries' budget. So they have to put their share in paving the way and creating the infrastructure for EVs all over developing countries. That was one of the main principles in the convention itself, to support and make the finance and make the technology transfer. So make those who are the main beneficiary of paving the way for EVs to help and support of technology transfer and financing those issues in developing entities. Thank you.
Also dovetails with some of the conversations we had in the World Cafe. about producer responsibility as well. So it's not just producer responsibility for the end use or supporting the cost, covering the cost of what happens to the end of the EV batteries, but also in terms of, like you say, if to prepare the grid, to prepare the infrastructure for the electrification. One question I did have to ask, again, going back to the whole private financing issue, is that we've been talking about technology, very high tech, very high costly, electrification. But yesterday we talked about non-motorized forms of transport as well. But that infrastructure to support that is also quite expensive, and that's not going to be an investable project in the parlance of the private investors. Or what do we do in those circumstances where we cannot attract, and particularly where countries are already strapped for that have fiscal issues? So how do we resolve that? If we want to put more cycle lanes, not just like very easy, you have to change road structures in developing countries. You need finance to do that. How are we going to, and then also crime, you're talking about safety of pedestrian, it's not so easy to walk sometimes at night or take public transport in certain cities because it's expensive, but who's paying the cost of the security and the salaries of the police in many countries where the fiscal consolidation reforms have led to very severe austerity, reduction in public services. So I think we need to also maybe think about that when we talk about financing as well, rather than just about EVs, but even the basic level finance costs of sustainable transport. Thank you. Any other? We have Botswana and Ghana, and then we need to close. So,
good afternoon. Well, I think our issues are really the same. And what I wanted to say is that I like the idea that we may have to think about packaging our approach, because I think that is the issue. My view is that in most of our countries, the government is the biggest buyer. So you'll find that the guy who's got the deepest pocket is actually the government. When it comes to the fleet, the guy who owns the biggest fleet is the government. And if we package our approach so that the government takes up the issue of change and it changes its fleet, then it's going to create a huge market to the industry or the car industry, such that if I now can start buying my own car, it will be embedded within, there will be a reason for whoever is actually selling those cars to actually get a better price. The other one is still on the same issue. You'll find that there is need for retooling. You don't want people to start thinking that they will need a complete new workforce. So you need to think about retooling the existing workforce so that you just shift them around. What is happening in our back home is that we have an institution who are actually offering already qualified people a 2 months training just to retool them around the electric vehicle. I think this approach will really assist. But maybe others, with issues of transport, you touch transport, you are touching almost everything. People go shopping, you are really touching everything. I think others will keep on. This is a huge change. It's not a minor change. It's going to touch all aspects of life. And I think other things will keep on coming on board. It's going to be a process. It's not something that we can do overnight. Thank you so much.
Ghana, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I would want to build on the position of my colleague from Grenada. Looking at the two extremes, ICE running on conventional fuel, and then electric vehicles or electric mobility. You look at that leap, it's so sharp that the cost of it could be so high for developing countries to be able to absorb. And in my view, I think for developing countries, we should be looking at intermediaries, the low-hanging technologies that would not cost so much to make a change. For example, most countries have policies on biofuels for ICE mobility. You do not need to invest so much in converting the existing hydrocarbon or fossil fuel vehicles to run on biofuels. And if developing countries can be allowed to focus more of their interventions in this area, I believe the transition could be very smooth and sustainable for them. So that is my intervention. Thank you.
Very much, Ghana, and thank you so much for all your contributions and facility. It's such a rich discussion that we've managed to have here with all these great contributions, reflections, and ideas, and we'll take that forward. So I think with this, we close this session. Thank you very much, and you'll get the final facilitator soon. Thank you.
So here we are, the last round, which means that I'm in that extremely difficult position of being the one who's standing between you and very well-deserved rest. And I'm very aware of it. But come on, we can make it. It's only one round. So if we got here, I think we owe ourselves, collectively and individually, to close in style, isn't it? And to close with the same standard of engagement and learning from each other that you've been putting over the many, many hours, and particularly having a thought for the delegates who have been here since the GST workshop. I know there's a few of you, so come on, we're almost there. I am Marusha, you've already saw me earlier this morning. So what is it that we are discussing now? Well, the only question or the only topic that you haven't discussed so far, so you see something written there, of course, is particularly focusing there on the just energy transition. You've been discussing about that, but let's remember what is it that we're going to be particularly paying attention to right now is policies and measures. So you probably have been discussing finance, technology, the social aspects. So we are going now to be paying attention to the barriers for policies and measures towards that just energy transition that we need to enable in the transport sector. Of course, we heard it in other rooms, and you're probably thinking about that right now, but we cannot talk policy, finance, and technology disconnected, because they are a package, isn't it? We understand that, but I'm going to ask you to try to do that effort, if possible, of switching your mind to the policy space, policies and measures, so we can complete the round of topics that the co-chairs have suggested for our discussion over these 2 days. So I was asking in the previous workshops for a courageous delegate who would help us break the ice. But the one who would help us break the ice here is going to be a triple courageous delegate. Come on, so I need the gold, medal delegate who is going to help us kick this off, because of course it's been very long. And wow, look at that. I think it's a gold medal. And followed by, everybody's going to get a gold medal. I'm not going to get into difficulty here on the last one. Excellent. So this is phenomenal. So I acknowledge India, followed by, of course, Norway, followed by New Zealand, if I'm getting it right. And then I'm going to get quiet, listen to you, and we need more flags, yeah? So India, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So I would start by reiterating that in the policy space, we should avoid being prescriptive, because national circumstances, determine the policies, and nations know what is best for them. So that space should always be available, and straight-jacketed approaches cannot work for everyone. So everybody must have that elbow space to navigate.
Thank you so very much. Norway, followed by New Zealand, please.
Maybe now? There we go. Great. Yeah, I just thought I'd start on quite a high level about, on the broad side, we see how in policies on transport, there's so many policies that go together. We've already looked at public transport, individual choice, the electricity and EV grids. And so there's an inherent challenge in just by how complex this whole ecosystem is. And yeah, I guess I'll just stop there before starting to talk about solutions.
Now you're just lingering there, like complex, how do we sort it, no? So the point
basically,
about...
yeah, there's a lot of policy areas that go into these decisions that both individuals, cities, societies, private business needs to do, and making sure that the policies work together as a coherent whole and all go in the same direction is an inherent challenge.
Thank you so very much. It's interesting, if you allow me, just, we heard in other rooms a whole of government approach, a whole of industry approach, a whole of society approach in all this transformation. Thanks very much. New Zealand, please. And I need more flags. Come on, come on. We're just a few minutes away from a lovely cultural visit, and that's our reward.
Sounds fantastic. I'll try and be quick.
No, keep it going. That way you're the same.
I'll fill the void. So for us, our experience in developing our transport policies in the last few years has been informed by the legal framework that we've put in place for climate action across the economy as a whole, and that's been largely modelled off the UK's type approach of setting long-term targets as well as shorter-term emissions budgets, stepping us down towards those targets, and a requirement for the government as a whole to produce a plan to meet those budgets. And there's an independent body which provides advice on the formation of these targets and these plans, but then down the line monitors our delivery of them. And that's sort of the big picture piece around those things. In terms of the actual delivery of that, delivering what that plan looks like under those budgets, we've done our first one. We're now on to our second one. And a couple of the points of reflection that I'd make there. One, in terms of that, we've been taking an all-of-economy approach, which means that we've sort of been looking for the opportunities which give us the biggest bang for our buck, that give us the biggest wins the quickest there, and trying to be efficient in how we've developed these policies, rather than saying, transport, thou shalt deliver -10, kilotons or in this particular region or things like that. And so that's necessitated a reasonably bottom-up approach, where we've had the line ministries focus on what they can do in their sectors to deliver on that, and then looking across the board and seeing what the costs of that are and how that can be played off against each other. But of course, doing that process has to be iterative, because we all know that if I'm responsible for a sector, I know what's hard for my sector, and then it sort of becomes, I know that this won't be possible if we go beyond a point. And so what we had was a collection of line ministries presenting what they thought their first best cut was in terms of the policies to meet the target, and then that not stacking up to the number available as a whole, because they were sort of looking to the other sectors to do some of the lift. And so what worked for us there was actually having that political buy-in at that point, and having the collective ministers say, right, thanks for the first cut, come back and iterate and do better along the way to form that plan. So there's that political will. There's also been a coordination effort in this. If we've been looking across our economy and at various sectors and trying to cost policies and measures relative to one another, to know that we're using comparable data and modeling. So if we're assuming that there's a carbon price or something implicit in our modeling, are we using all the different ministries using the same carbon price there? And trying to standardize our evidence base as much as possible. And then just lastly, it has been, we've tried to, in this process, connect up at every level, from whether it's been at the working level and the policy makers, up to our ministry chief executives, up to our ministers, trying to make sure that there's governance at all those levels to try and make that whole of government approach work when we do have individual ministries siloed, focusing on their individual sort of areas of response. That's me. Thank you.
So very much appreciated. You filled up a lot of minutes with a lot of content on top. So that was perfect, exactly what we needed. Malaysia, I know you're going to do equally brightly, so please.
Thank you very much. So yeah, for Malaysia, I think so. We have all these good policies, good measures at the national level, on the transportation, on the greening fuels, on the biofuels policy, so there's a lot of measures that the government of Malaysia trying to introduce. But at the end of the day, we could see that the is this policy or this measure or these regulations that we introduced to green the transport sector could be replicated at the subnational level, because Malaysia is quite unique. We have the state government. So could this be replicated at the subnational level? So this is something that I think I heard some of the colleagues mention about the need base of the policies. I think this is something that what are the needs of these subnational governments or the subnational entities basically to implement? Could be this policy at the national level could be replicated down there, and then I think it will be raised an issue about the capacity, the finance, but that one is we can sort that out later on. But and then of course. On the other side, I think it is important to mention also that how we could. I heard the colleagues from the New Zealand mention about the whole of government approach. This is something that Malaysia trying to do, try to be inclusive as well, not only looking at the private sector perspective, because when we try to implement that, most of these initiatives on the green transport mostly implemented at the local level, either by cooperation with the private sectors. But how the local community could be part of this on the decision makings, on the designing of the policy, on the development, and etc. So this is something that we need to think of. So at this point of time, Malaysia is still figuring out what is the best on how we could cascade down this good policy to be implemented, because each of the subnational or states government or the subnational, the district, etc., have a different needs and different governance, and of course a different structure. Some of the, like Malaysia now, some of the very advanced local government or the very advanced state, we have a lot of resources. They can do more. They can do more of this initiative compared to the other areas or the state government that don't have the enough resources to do this. So I heard also the importance of the carbon pricing. So we are looking at this also. How could the policies on carbon pricing could help to reduce the emissions from the transport sector, and then could this be replicated also at the subnational level? So with that, I end my intervention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Malaysia. I see the European Union followed by DRC. Let me just stand up. I'm petite, so I don't see all of you in case I'm ignoring anybody. No, so the EU followed by DRC, please.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And first of all, thank you for bringing so much energy into this room. That's great. Really positive. And not to say that there wasn't energy in the room before. Also to say that. Rough start. But I like staying on this positive tone. I think when we talk about policies and measures, one thing that we can all keep in mind is that it allows us really to have a big impact setting the right policies and measures in a field that in transport that is responsible for 15% of the global greenhouse gas emissions, more or less. And that shows that if we want to stay aligned according to the IEA with 1.5 pathways, we need to reduce emissions in transport by 25% in 2030 compared to 2020. Then there's a lot to do, and it's great that we have this discussion around what are the right policies and measures to get there. Also looking at some facts or some analysis from G20 countries, which can be quite interesting and quite helpful. Looking at what types of policies are already implemented when it comes to transport, and there we see there's regulatory instruments are implemented, emission standards. We see them a lot of times. We see taxing of fuel and emissions, supporting efficiency improvements. But a crucial element is in a lot of times missing, which is urban planning strategies, and which is a really strategic approach towards the topic of transport. And what that means is if there's no strategic approach towards transport and if there's no inclusive approach towards transport, then we won't have the necessary commitment and momentum from stakeholders, from communities, from people effectively voting on the decisions that are being taken with respect to transport. So it's incredibly important to have these strategies in place and to know where we want to go with transport, and then break that down on a first regional level, and then break that down on a local level, and then really make sure that the conversation with stakeholders is inclusive and is then leading to a system of transport that is designed respecting and reflecting the inputs from the community. So and within the EU, we do have, let's say, quite some experience with this, and we also for 2030, for instance, have set some high-level targets. Those are various high-level targets. For instance, having 30 million zero-emission cars operating on European roads by 2030, having 100 European cities that are climate neutral, doubling high-speed rail traffic across Europe, ensuring that collective transport is can be carbon neutral in a distance of 500 kilometers by 2030, and so on and so forth. But those are high-level messages. Those are high-level transport policies that are then broken down to the respective situation of the member states, and that are then broken down to really also reflect what the stakeholders and the citizens are, how they are impacted by it, and how they will benefit from it. So this just shows the strategic approach, and also from our experience, the earlier, and that's the experience that we made in the EU, starting on this type of policies early helps, because there are chances that you might not get it 100% right in the first place. So you need to have some feedback circles. You need to have some feedback loops. You need to have some revisions, and so on and so forth. And that's something that we did, for instance, with our emission trading system, which does contribute now a lot to the transformation towards climate neutrality. But it didn't do that from the start. So we had to revise that, and we had to improve it, and we had to really turn certain elements so that it works. And that is, I think, a key point of policies and measures as well. And that's why it's important to have the strategy, to break it down, and to be able to have constant feedback loops that play into this, so to make sure that the policies and measures are not only aligned with the goals of the Paris Agreement, but are also aligned with the success that we want from those policies and measures, and that they can really realize the ideas that are behind those policies and measures. Thanks.
Thank you very much, European Union. It was DRC. I think it's going to be followed by Jordan, isn't it? Am I missing anybody from the list? Grenada, yes.
Thank you very much for the energy and all the yes, transmitting each other. So Malaysia raised a very, I think it was Malaysia, right? No. Malaysia raised a very important point, especially in terms of replicating policies from the national level to the sub-national level. But the point I'm going to make is a little bit in a different perspective. This is experience from Africa, from many African countries, at least from the country I'm coming from, the DRC, and from previous policy assessment, for example, in the agriculture sector. Actually, we came to a conclusion that policies, we have policies, well-designed policies in Africa in general, but the main problem is implementation. So the policies are there, but the only problem is how are these policies implemented. And one of the reasons why there is this problem occurs is because of a political instability of government. So a government will come into power and try to ignore everything that was made before by the other government, especially if the power has been taken over by an opponent. So just ignoring what the other has done and restart afresh. So this is a very important issue which need raising awareness from governments in different countries, depending on the situation, of course. So I wanted just to add to what Malaysia said, but there is another side of the problem that can be considered. Thank you.
So very much. Jordan, followed by Grenada. Another flag perhaps or two? Come on. Jordan, please.
Well, thank you so much. I just would like to say that everybody here would like to make transformation for e-mobility, but the matter that we need the support to do some response measures, and we do not need to tackle it within the thing only within transportation. There's lots of other issues will be affected within that. Let's imagine that we've changed all of our cars into to be e-vehicles. What are we going to do with the waste of the traditional vehicles? What are we going to do within that part? Some of the parts could be recycled, but others couldn't be recycled. So we are talking about million tons of waste. What are we going to do within that? We're talking about the matter of the source of incomes to the government itself, the revenue from fuel taxation, from other sources. Also, what will happen if we did the change and transformation? This should be studied in a way or another. The investment itself, and also in the investment for the fast chargers and things like that. We are talking about 2 points. The first point, about how to unify the standards all over the world, so that we don't need some misused adapters or things like that that would cause problems. Not each manufacturer who has his own. This is something, and also to ensure the customer that he is receiving a good commodity, whether the car or the charging devices that he needs. We are talking also about the governance of the transportation, the public transportation issue within all of its the security of it, and also the matter of the relief that the passenger would be relieved if the passenger is a gender or vulnerable groups, that they should find a good public transportation within that. So the matter, if we are tackling the policy, we are so looking for something to study all the other response measures and what would it affect other issues in the country. Something like similar to the beginnings of the environmental work, the environmental impact assessment, to show what's the case, what's the current status, what's the upcoming issue. If I need to mitigate here or there for the just transition, I should do it. If I should mitigate here and there for the economical issue, I should do it. So it's just a note. I will leave the rest at your side.
Thanks very much, Jordan. So we're going to Grenada. I see. Let me follow, because he's the boss at the end, So we're going to Norway afterwards. Are we going anywhere else, perhaps? Oh, phenomenal. We're going to Latin America. So we're going to. So yeah, Grenada. Oh, and yes, please. Okay, let's get started. There's a queue.
Okay, yes. I will just want to speak to one issue, as already raised by Malaysia and commented on by DRC, having to do with policies and measures on different levels. I think that is a very important aspect, and there are several levels I think that we can do this on, but I just want to focus on the regional level, because I believe it is also important while we go down to the community and sub-national levels on the national level, that we also take into consideration the benefits of regional levels. That can happen in terms of harmonized legislation, for instance, could be something that would be helpful. And I mean, we do have regional energy institutions which can be strengthened, institutional strengthening of those organizations, which could, of course, support the kind of transformation that we're looking at. We heard about carbon pricing, and I believe that, again, regional approach for these things could be quite useful. So just making a call for a wider regional approach also for policies and measures which can also facilitate the kind of transformation that is envisaged for this sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Grenada. Norway, could you perhaps allow me to give it to El Salvador and then to, yeah, because we haven't had, yeah, thanks very much, that's kind. So let's go there to El Salvador, please.
Thank you. I read climate policies and measures must be integrative and holistic, seeking the participation of the different parties that must participate, government, academia, citizens, enterprise companies, the corporation, regarding the relationship and coherence that policies and measures must have with each other. For example, if we are thinking about transportation policies, this must consider mitigation, but also city planning and financing of the measures. Also, regarding the level of relationship within the country or with my neighborhood countries, in such a way that these climate policy and measures are feasible. Coherence is important, especially in countries like El Salvador, where adaptation and resilience is our priority. And the reduction of emission is our horizons. Is this field where having policies and measures is a guide and allows for orderly work that can be monitored and correct when it's necessary.
Muchas gracias, El Salvador. We're going to St. Lucia and then we're going back to Norway, of course. And apologies, would you mind again? Costa Rica, of course, Katie. Thank you.
Thank you once again. Ben is from St. Lucia. Just wanted to point out some of the barriers and challenges we may face as small island developing states is that sometimes we, because of the rush and sometimes of the requirements, we put in policies without proper analysis. And it is more or less putting the horse before the cart, or the cart before the horse, because the horse always goes before the cart. But we need the analysis done on a national scale to be able to feed into those policies, to be able to direct those policies, to be able to identify proper measures for your country. And most times this is lacking. One, we don't need to go back into it, but we lack the finances to do it. But the country sees the need for the policies as well. So just wanted to highlight that aspect as well.
Thank you so very much. And Norway, thank you very much for your patience as well. Then we're going to Costa Rica, followed by Egypt.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I wanted to speak to the challenge, and I think this ties in nicely with what St. Lucia just was talking about the need for speed in policies in this area. Like was mentioned earlier, in order to attain the goals we do want to attain, policies do need to accelerate quite abruptly, and this has challenges like St. Lucia just talked about. Excuse me. But we also see that so one is the speed needed for the goals we want to achieve, but we also need speed in policies to adapt to the changing technology landscape. So if you look at the latest IEA report, the projected increase in electric vehicles is a lot bigger than it was just a few years ago, and this is due to technology development and industry development. And that means that a lot of countries who thought that electric vehicles would only hit them and their grids many years from now will see them coming a lot sooner. And we need to find policies to adapt to this. We also need policy development to be quite quick to allow for the sort of revision cycles that allows you to trial a policy in a limited place, see how you adapt it to your local conditions and local responses, and then make it more performant. So I think just a few ideas on how to cope with this challenge is to first of all consider the wide range of policies and measures that are available. When we're looking at transport over these past few days, we've seen many different policies within, for example, the avoid, shift and and improve. Thank you. Framework. We see policies across public transport, across ride sharing, reusing of vehicles, and so on. And of course, having a wide menu of policies allow you to more easily choose the best ones that allows you to get to the goals you want to get to. And these will be dependent on the specific conditions and as well as the tech development, which is still ongoing. Electric vehicles can get even better. We'll just have to see just how good they go and which policies best respond to that. I think it's also important to look to what others are doing and learn what can work for each country's national situations. I think just from my native Norway, it's not a transport example, but when Norway was looking at building out offshore wind, we saw that there was a lot of ways that the government could organize the handing out of areas to private developers. And we also knew that this was something that other countries had been doing. So we were looking a lot at how the different auctions and systems were set up so that we could implement that quickly without having to do all the analysis for ourselves. Of course, choosing and adapting to our national situation, but we didn't start from nothing. We started looking at what was already out there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Norway. So Costa Rica, followed by Egypt, followed by Grenada again. Costa Rica is there actually.
Okay, Costa Rica.
Oh, she has one. I'm always behind you. You're so quick, you know. Please, Kathy, please.
So in Costa Rica, we have many policies, even for unimportant matters. So about, I think we need to improve these policies when we have the transition from a government for the new one. Every 4 years, we change the presidents in Costa Rica. So I'm going to expose an example that we talked in the table coffee this morning. It's about the electric train. We have all the facility and also the finance approved, even donation from GEF. Everything was done, all the design. So the only we need was what design of the presidents. So in this new government, they quit the project, even with a very important donation. So what was the reason? Just they said that the train was a whim of the last government, and they didn't ask, for example, to the population of or another sectors. I mean, other sectors, every sector, not only to the transport sector. Because in this moment, if we talk about transport sector and licenses or concessions, we need to talk about corruption, but we don't have time. We don't have plenty of time for talk about it. But that is that I think we need to improve is the transitions between a government and the new one.
Thank you very much. So, Egypt, followed by Grenada. Can I check, St. Lucia, if it's a legacy hand or if it's a legacy flag? Legacy hand is the Zoom world, you know, the video conferencing world that's in my head. So we're going, oh, Ghana is there, perfect. So it's going to be Egypt, Grenada, Ghana. Yeah, thanks.
Very, diverse. I mean, within Egypt, the transport system in Cairo is different. Even in Egypt, the transport system in the capital is different from another governorate in Upper Egypt. So the policies is pretty much national, and sometimes it is local to transfer and to transit this sector into a new mode of fuel or something that needs to be pretty much designed as a national level because it is a diverse sector. So policies in this respect has to be very much nationally designed, as my colleague from India said before. So this is the point I have here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Grenada, please. No, it's not working. Can we?
Yes,
Yeah?
it's on now. Sorry. Titus Antoine Grenada. Right. So, on the issues of policies, now it's always good to start at a high level with the policies, be it international policy, regional policy, and it comes down. It gives an ease to implement when you have to say to the stakeholders, well, that is what is required at a higher level, so this is something we must confront. And that is all well and good. However, with good analysis, of course, with good analysis to go into the policies. However, I want to caution against having policies that are not married to investment, especially in the case of a small island developing state. The stakeholders are not many that you would want to coalesce to work on your policies and even your strategies. And I guess eventually you will have some sort of legislation coming out of it. When you don't marry, because for instance, you may have a policy and then you may develop a strategy behind it, and you will have a strategy for a certain term or a roadmap or an action plan. And you'll have these plans and strategies expiring with nothing done. And then you have to go back again to do them over and over again. It creates stakeholder fatigue. Then you don't get the best minds coming to the table to have the discussion and get the proper analysis that you need to have the best strategies and so going forward. So what I think it will be instructive to do is to ensure when these rich policies are developed, which we are supporting and we think that we need, but also marry it with the type of investment that is needed to bring it to life, right? And in this case where we're looking at e-mobility and so on, we would want some investment, strong, tangible investment in the area, infrastructure and actual EVs itself, e-fuel, what have you, the solution. But we will want to have a strong demonstration, tangible demonstration, to order to bring the policies to life, and it's not just shelf, and it's just somewhere there. There's a policy somewhere there, but nobody is paying it any attention. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you very much. So this takes us, last but not least, to Ghana. I think it's on, isn't it?
It's
Try
on.
again. It's
Yeah.
on, yeah.
Thank you very much. I agree with the interventions made by the earlier speakers, particularly when it comes to implementation, the challenges that we face with policy implementation in developing countries. It's something that we don't need to, re-echo. But in my view, one of the issues that we need to be looking at critically here is that in most developing countries, policies do not speak to each other. Policies are developed in silos. For example, we are here discussing transportation policy for e-mobility, etc., etc. But there are a number of attributes that will make that happen. For example, the issue of energy supply, the issue of power supply. How are we having this policy speaking to each other to ensure that when we are bringing in the e-vehicles, investment in the energy sector, investment in the power sector is corresponding to that target? This is a critical issue that I think we should be discussing as well. We need to approach this whole thing from a holistic viewpoint of view, bringing on board the relevant stakeholders in the value chain to ensure that we have policies that can really deliver the targets that we are looking for. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ghana. You've very eloquently and very elegantly taken us to, I think I'm checking just in case, is the closure of the fourth round. You've made it. So thank you so very much. I learned a lot, honestly. You were the last round, but you were, wow, remarkably energetic with a lot of content. Thank you so very much for giving me the opportunity of learning a bit more about the realities from your different countries. And off we go now, back to the plenary, isn't it?
Yes. Please go back to another building to conclude the plenary building. Plenary session.
I feel the moment. How much time do I got now? Because I got almost everything here, but I need to integrate some stuff.
I think 1 minute. It depends on how long it takes.
Let's run. Let's run, you and I, please. Let's run. No, because I am fearing that they're gonna make me go first. Because of the original problem, we were first. Even if I spoke last this morning, and I still need to